Are there any changes, additions?
Have a quorum because there's three of us here and one here.
Yeah.
Okay. Hearing nothing else, I move that we approve the adoption of the agenda as presented.
Is there a second? We have a motion and a second to approve the adoption of the agenda. All in favor? Aye.
So,
Can't hear you. Peter, did you say something?
we moved for the approval of the agenda and we wanted to know what your vote was.
If the agenda's just as is, then yes. I don't know.
Yes.
Okay, then aye.
Okay.
Thank you. So first,
Here's Nancy.
here's. Order of business. Yes.
Oh, thank you.
Musical chairs. So first order of business is an executive session to discuss student academic, social concern.
So, be very careful about this. The issue under discussion by itself would not qualify for an executive session. So we will make it clear what that is, but there may be some testimony that does involve the academic and social records of a student. So we want to hear that part of it to the extent we can in private, and then we will have as much of the rest of this conversation before you all. And so you'll know what's going on and everything else by the time we're done. We just want to get portions of it that are protected discussed in a way that's appropriate. So, pursuant to 1 V.S.A 313A 4, here, 313A4, a disciplinary or no, I'm sorry, that's the wrong one. I'm trying to, there we go. 7, you're right. 313A7, an issue involving student academic record suspensions or discipline. I move that we go into executive session.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So moved. And we'll need the superintendent and financial officer.
Ronnie, here's myself.
Yeah.
Okay.
The rest of the discussion will be held.
Okay.
forward with the rest of the discussion on this matter. The public portion of this is a request for tuition waiver. And we will have that presented now.
Yeah, thank you very much. I work at the middle school here in Hartford as the dean of students, which means I work very closely with our principal, Cody Tancredi, and associate principal, Sarah Hisman. And I've been in this role since January of this year. And I love my job. I love our school. I love what we've been through, and I love where we're headed. I trust our school, and I want my son to join me at the school for the second half of his 6th grade year. Jonah is his name. He's 12. He's currently at the Upper Valley Waldorf School, and is not doing well there. And primarily that's related to his sense of felt safety there, his sense of social connection. I know about the dynamics that can exist in a school between peers, appropriate systems and responses, administrative responses to harm that's caused, restorative work that can truly make a difference. And I don't use the term bullying lightly, but he's been bullied. And we've worked really hard with the school, with parents, with his teacher, and we've done what we can to support him there. But over the last couple of months, it's become apparent that there needs to be a change for his benefit. And he was able to shadow for a day at the middle school and just absolutely loved it. Everything about it. He connected with teachers, he connected with peers. He's excited about some of the extracurriculars that we offer, sports. He intends to come for his 7th and 8th grade year. We're in Sharon, where there is school choice, so that is not really an issue. It's just the second half of his 6th grade year that I'm requesting for him, and I request it very humbly. I know that it's no small thing, but he wants it so badly, and I told him that I would do everything I could to advocate for him. And we live in Sharon. There's a school in Sharon with the 6th grade. I was made aware recently that their 6th grade teacher left, in part because of behavioral problems. Naming behavioral problems in the classroom is motivating that departure. Things are still uncertain in that classroom. It's also a very different school than ours in Hartford. And so I know that this is the best place for him, if it's at all possible for him to join me. There are practical reasons related to, transportation and break schedule, those kinds of things. Sharon has a completely different schedule than I have 4 children, so he would have a completely different break schedule from his other 3 siblings. But it's really socially, emotionally, how I know he would be benefited by driving with me to school every day and working with the staff that I know and trust at the middle school. It would also reduce his transitions in the sense that he would be able to finish out his 6th grade year and then just continue for 7th and 8th. So I know it's not a small thing to ask, like I said, but I feel like the circumstances are exceptional enough for me to at least, and I love my son enough to at least ask. I couldn't help but ask. And he did write a letter that he asked that I read to the board. And I told him I would. So, dear Hartford School Board, I hope you are well. My dad is probably reading this to you, and I hope you will listen. Your school is a great place, and I really want to go there. The school I currently go to is not a place I can fit in. You might not believe this comes from me, but I hope you do. Sincerely, Jonah A. Lincoln. And like I told you before, I have to mention as well, he offered to give his allowance to offset any costs, which is $12 a week.
You mentioned you have other children. Where are they going?
They also go to the Waldorf School in Clichy. Yeah. This year, not next year, but for now.
Get it on the table. How much is this waiver involving in the tuition?
Be about $12,000 based on what my tuition person was saying.
The question I have for
Doug?
I'm not the expert, but I raised the question before and I'll raise it again. Which is, if a school district not provide diaper, environment and education the child needs, I understand they could move from one district to the other, and that the sending school board or district pays, we get a student, for whatever reason, is in here. Teacher could go to Sharon and we'd be paying. Now, that was just. I I can put my old hat on and tell you that many years ago, I went, but this is within the district. I was going to the Wilder School, because that's where I live. And it came to the 6th grade. And let's just say that my relationship with a certain principal was not a good one. And so I ended up transferring from Wilder to Bright River. They literally had to make an exception to allow me to go. And so I just, if I see a child that's not fitting in one place and we have an environment somewhere within our district, then in my feeling is we should be able to support.
I support Doug 100%, and I absolutely support Patrick here and with his situation with his child. And I agree that there is a statute, I cannot quote it, so don't ask me to quote it because I didn't bring my Bible with me tonight on the laws, but there is a law that says that you have to provide for a child in your district. And if you cannot provide a healthy, safety, and meet all the qualifications that they need to learn, that the parent is eligible or can take them to another district. And I, because I've been doing a lot of subbing at that middle school this year, and I have to tell you, it's phenomenal in there. And I did get to meet Patrick's son when he was shadowing, and a very nice 6th grader. And I fully support the fact that we allowed him to come in, and remembering also that just in case anyone is already thinking about this, money would not be coming out of next year's budget, it will be out of this year's budget. Because it is in this fiscal year, not next fiscal year.
So I haven't read the law that you're referencing in about 8 years,
Yeah.
so I am woefully uninformed. But one of the things that I do remember was there was a requirement that both districts had to agree to the transfer. And I believe that in this case, the Sharon district, in part because your son hasn't actually been attending the district schools, but also for other reasons, I assume, said no. So we don't have the full fact pattern to take advantage of that.
Yeah, they just require that there be tuition waived.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were, you know, otherwise it's no issue for them, but yeah, they just, I went to them first, so around to see if they were willing to provide that tuition.
And normally in those, school choice situations, the sending district transfers the money to the district that's receiving. And these are usually done in cases where, say there's a music program or something, or an academic, or an athletic program of some kind. The child could take a lot of advantage of, which doesn't exist in the sending district. So I just wanted to make clear what the pattern really is and why I don't unfortunately think that that example, though it's there, necessarily applies.
And also, just an FYI for the people in the audience there, our district has done this. We have been the sending district in the past. There's been some times that we have had to do that.
Yes.
With the agreement of our district and the receiving
Right.
district.
Yeah.
Because of the special needs of that particular student and family. Other.
I just want to say, you know, Patrick, I support you and your son, and you know, I'm a dad of two, and I would do anything to advocate for my kids. And I also know how hard it is to ask for help sometimes. So I absolutely respect you for, you know, for taking the time to advocate for your son and go to both boards and kind of do everything that you've done. My only question, I guess for us, the board is there a particular policy that Hartford has that prohibits anything like this from happening?
There is not one. No, there is not a policy prohibiting this from happening.
Great. So it's a case by case scenario in terms of making the decision.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay.
So what is our next move? Sharon?
There's no further discussion.
Okay.
We need to make a decision.
Somehow I'd like to make a recommendation that we, the board, through Kevin as the chair, approach Sharon's board, asking from board to board, not parents out, to pay the tuition balance of the year. And then obviously at some point down the road, we're gonna be doing the same thing in reverse. And as much as we're going to discuss budget here shortly, and this is going totally against what I was planning on saying and talking about. But $11,000 in our operating budget is peanuts. And I can't believe that through careful budgeting, we cannot cover the costs along with some other reductions.
So, well, you want to make a motion for that?
Yes.
All right, is there somebody wishing to second it?
So let me understand first of all, Doug, you're making a motion that we and the board approach Sharon's board and ask them to pay the tuition.
Right.
Is that correct?
But I'm
Okay.
also saying we're making, at the same time, we're making the decision that we're going to take his son, whether the board pays or
That's-
not.
That was my question.
Preferably, it'd be nice if they would pay. But in the long run, if they don't, this child needs a proper environment, and that's what we're all about. and therefore he should be allowed to be, as far as I'm concerned, he can come on Monday.
If that's a motion, I second it.
We have a motion and a second on the floor that is requesting that on behalf of the board, we approach the Sharon School District to see if they would consider the second half of this school year's tuition to cover their resident student. And if not, at least what I heard in the motion was that we would pick up that student if we're not able to negotiate the other. Right? That's what I heard. That way.
What I heard.
Okay,
So,
all in favor? Oh, discussion, just.
right. So, this is one of the more difficult things I've ever had to do. It's immensely appealing, a member of our community, and as the official in the middle school, you are a member of our community, evidencing such faith in the school which you teach that you wish to bring your child into that school in the face of what has been a recent period of a lot of problems, which is the kind of faith we want to see in our schools and to encourage. And the fundamental rule that the children come first, all in your favor. At the same time, there is the fact that we have 400 plus employees, and while many of them live in our community, many of them do not. And we can't be in a position of setting a precedent where we say we're going to be taking your children if you're not privy to the tax base. And balancing those two is heartbreaking for me. But given the fact that it's 6 months and 6 months for a sixth grader is forever. That is an amazingly large portion of their lives. But it is still a finite, and the child will be able to come here next year and so forth. I extraordinarily reluctant waiting for you to go home. I apologize.
Didn't the last part.
I said I apologize for having to do that.
No, that was right before that.
Oh, I'm voting no.
Oh, okay, that's what I didn't hear, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know that. Because this is what we believe in, our board and our staff and our community, that the children do come first. Sometimes that means we have to bite the bullet. And this is one time that I think we need to bite the bullet and allow Jacob, right?
Jonah.
That's right. To Jonah to start attending our school. And if that means we have to eat this money, we've eaten some before. And I'm a taxpayer, so I understand maybe the reluctance of maybe someone. I can't tell by looking at your faces what you're thinking. But once again, I stand for these kids, and I think that is the most important thing right now, is to get this kid out of the school in which he is being bullied and is not in a being taken care of. It is not having been a learning position for him that we can provide. So I vote yes.
Garrett,
I vote yes.
and I vote no. So we have 3-2 as far as the payment, if we're not able to negotiate. Which would mean that if we're not able to negotiate, we're coming. So we will see if we can get the home district, you know, to support transition.
I can't say I've ever been happier to lose.
Do you have a question?
Well, just for clarity's sake, so is it just majority then, 3-2, okay?
Yep.
So you can come Monday.
Bring it.
We need to have the conversation.
No, I,
Follow what we said, but,
of course.
But barring, you know, a negative decision on their part, then we would do what the board has decided. Okay. Next order of business. Rowland Foundation Fellowship work. By Melissa Wyman. Place-based learning.
Say your son's name.
Jonah.
Jonah. You have the floor.
Thank you.
Do I just ask you what I want to? Thank you. Thank you so much. My name is Melissa Wyman, and this is my colleague, Colin Pogue. We are so excited for the opportunity to talk to you all tonight about place-based learning at Hartford High School and some of the work we're doing with the Rowland Foundation. Earlier this year, Superintendent Sutton had charged us to be storytellers. So I'm going to tell a little bit of my story that I really think helps understand the why and how I'm here with you folks this evening. So if you'll that's that. So I grew up in Wilford, New Hampshire, near Lake Winnipesaukee, but my parents are actually from Rutland. And so I spent a lot of time growing up going between New Hampshire and Vermont. And my dad spent a lot of time when he grew up in Rutland on dairy farms. And so I have a lot of my bedtime stories growing up were actually farm stories that really highlighted a lot of what it was like working in the dairy farms in the 1960s, how things have changed. And my dad did that for a long time until he moved into education himself. When I look back on my youth, there are three big things that have really formed who I am as a person and as an educator. And the first one is an absolute love for all things outdoors, all things nature-based, and particularly agriculture. Another takeaway from my youth is really the power of public education. I did not fall far from the proverbial family tree. I am a third-generation public educator. My sister's in education, my dad is, my grandmother was one of the first female administrators in the state of Vermont. I lead public ed through and through. And the third thing that I really took away from my youth growing up with these experiences is the opportunities where I was asked to do or apply my learning. Those are the things that stuck with me. And these three things have really shaped my practice as an educator and what I bring to the classroom and what I try to bring to students. If you can just advance real quick. So after high school, I went to the University of Vermont, where I actually studied theater for a couple of years before moving into education. but I spent 10 years up in the Champlain Valley where I met my husband. And we moved, not surprisingly, given our love, both of our mutual loves of the outdoors, all things water adventure, to the Upper Valley. So, if you could advance, thank you. I spent a few years teaching in Addison County before moving to Hartford, where I've spent the majority of my career. And it was probably about 7 years ago that I really started to question a lot of things about education in my practice. And this quote by John Dewey is one that has always stuck with me. We cannot teach today the same way. You cannot teach today the same way you did yesterday in order to prepare students for tomorrow. And as I started to really think about my practice, one of the things that I did is I started leveraging my interest in project-based learning. Project-based learning is at its core, students use their interests and their passions to attack real-world issues, to apply their learning and share their learning with authentic audiences and situations. In order to demonstrate mastery of content and skill, they're not just regurgitating what they hear in the classroom, they're applying it, they're coming up with creative solutions, innovations, they're testing things out, they're doing iterative learning. And during that time, I said, I think it'd be really great if kids could apply their learning locally. And as I started looking, it turns out there's this whole field of education called place-based education. And I started to incorporate that into my practice. And part of that involved partnering with the Teton schools. They're a nationally recognized school out in Wyoming who specializes, their whole school pre-K to 12 embodies a lot of place-based principles, and they specifically have an outreach program where they work on educators in schools to bring those practices into the schools. So we had this amazing 3-day workshop that concluded on March 13th of 2020 with all these grand plans for implementing some place-based learning across the entire school. And then March 16th happened and everything kind of got shifted to the back burner. But there was still a couple of things that were happening during COVID and after COVID. So if you'll just move forward, please. Place-based ed, this is a image that comes from the Teton School materials, but I really like it because what it does is it centers place as the nexus connecting ecology, economy, and culture. So this is sort of at its core, the approach that we take when we talk about place-based ed, regardless of content of class. What we're really trying to do is what role does place in, how does place intersect with the ecology of our place, the economy and the culture. And it focuses, it asks students to ask questions, to work with local experts, to apply their learning to real world situations, and to be an active participant in exploring the challenges and opportunity of our place. One of the really cool things that I like about this is that we can take national and global issues and say, well, how does this impact our place? But we can also take our local issues and say, how is this similar to things that we see on the national and global stage? And so kids are able to use that as a lens to move in and out when it comes to the topics and content that we're covering. And one of the things that we really push in our class is that every place you live tells a story. You can learn that story through people. You can learn that story by going out and observing, by connecting with the place itself, because everybody in that place has a part of the story to tell. And so as kids are unearthing and uncovering those stories, they're also writing their own. Move forward, please. And I just want to take a moment. There's some really good research as to why talking about place is really helpful to education, not just in our district, but nationally. Students are reporting a lower level of engagement. Lower levels of engagement can really contribute to higher levels of absenteeism, lower levels of academic performance, and a whole host of other maladaptive and harmful behaviors that can really negatively impact students' lives. So there's been a lot of research that has actually shown when you help to create a sense of place for students, it has a direct impact on building their sense of belonging, and sense of belonging in and of itself is one of the biggest protective factors in increasing attendance, increasing engagement, and really giving kids a sense of what a meaningful education can be. And so that's just some of the research that I wanted to talk about as to why we do this. If you'll move forward, thank you. Place-based ed isn't just it's not something that we were talking before this. It's a little messy. you can't just put it on one slide and say, here's what it is, here's how you do it, here's the checkbox. In fact, that checkbox approach kind of is what doesn't work with place-based ed, because it is so unique in reflecting the character, the culture of a particular place, that it really, you have to know that place in order to really pull that into your classroom. So what I want to do is just talk a little bit about what it currently looks like at our school, and how we're hoping to expand that into the future. So about 4 years ago, my colleague Izzy Provancha and I collaborated and built a class called Learning Through Place. It very simply at its core, this class is learning about our place, using the content of English and social studies by looking at history, literature, and by being out in that particular place. And one of the units that we have built into our course is a maple sugaring unit. And what's really beneficial about this is something that a lot of our students have experience with. This is part of the culture of our place. It's also a huge part of the economy of the state of Vermont. And it really directly reflects the ecology of our place. So it works really well to hit all those components of the triangle. But what I love about this is kids get excited about it because they get to be experts. And so what we do is we leverage that expertise and we build on it. So we read the oral histories from the Abenaki people that explain some of the background and the practices to this, how they interacted with settlers when they first arrived to share their knowledge, how steel was used to innovate the process of sugaring, how it's changed over time, and particularly what we challenge students to do over the course of the unit, which we also go out on campus and we tap trees. We collect sap, we boil it down. We do enjoy a pancake breakfast with the students. You have to if you're making maple syrup. But what we do is we challenge students to say, okay, based on what we've learned, we need you to come up with a list of practices that sugar makers should consider adopting in order to mitigate the impact of climate change on this industry. And the students spend a lot of time applying their learning, looking at how technology has advanced, looking at what's feasible economically for local sugar makers. And they put together proposals that we share with local experts. And there's a real high level of engagement with this. And one of the coolest things about this particular example is we do ask students not only to apply their learning through a project, but to find opportunities to present to an authentic audience. So if you share, go to the next slide. The picture on the left, a number of students traveled with myself and Mr. Provancha down to Providence, Rhode Island to present this unit at a national conference called the School Redesign in Action Conference. They talked about this unit, why they were engaged in it, they shared their knowledge, and they talked with educators from around the country about how they could bring something like sugaring into their classrooms, noting that you can't have maple trees if there's no maple trees, but what you could take from your local place and engage students in an interactive unit like this. A little bit more locally, the picture on the right are students from Learning Through Place traveled down to the White River School in order to participate in the farm day, where they were the experts teaching those younger kids about how to tap trees, where syrup comes from, how you make it, and all of those things. You'll just advance for me, thank you. So my interests in place tend to be very land-based, but place-based ed doesn't just have to be digging in the dirt. It's really about bringing our community into the classroom and bringing our students out into the community. That could look like bringing local population data into a class when you're learning to plot lines on a graph. It can be bringing in an expert from the hood over in Dartmouth when you're doing a unit on naturalism in an art class. It could also be partnering with Dartmouth to collect data on local insect populations. And when I started to consider what place-based ed could look like from these other lenses, it turns out we do that at our school quite a lot. What we haven't really had the time to do is synthesize what are the common principles that connect all the classes where some of these opportunities are having. So last fall, when Superintendent Sutton's shared information with us about the Rowland Foundation, I decided to take a leap and I proposed a project, which was essentially to unearth where place-based ed is happening and to put that into an articulated pathway to graduation so that students could take a series of courses that span all of our disciplines in order to meet the requirements for graduation. And so the Rowland Foundation is this really great Vermont organization that focuses on supporting teachers to bring innovative practices into their school in order to positively impact the climate and culture in transformative and sustaining ways. So the grant itself covers travel, training, materials, and most importantly, it has covered a long-term sub for the year so that I've been able to step out of the classroom to work to support a team of folks in our building on bringing these practices intentionally into their classroom. If you'll move the next slide. So one of the things I had to do, which has actually brought me the most joy this year, is I had to convene a group of essentially early adopters of people that were interested in place-based ed and say, okay, how do we meet the goals of the project that I proposed? And so I have this group of amazing educators. There's 8 of us that represent departments in physical education, work-based learning, art, math, English, and social studies. We've been able to come together regularly to talk about the project, to look at examine our own practices. And last month we used some of the grant funds to have a retreat up at Shelburne Farms, and they have a whole team of place-based education professionals that worked with us. And we also did some site visits while we were up there in order to come up with 3 big goals for the year. And the 3 big goals were to identify what the common principles were that we were all going to use in our practice. We decided on community as classroom, inquiry-based learning, and student-centered learning. And then our next step is to work to identify courses in our course catalog that use those 3 principles as the foundation of the class, so that when students are signing up for classes, there'll be a little symbol that this class uses these principles in this approach to education. And then the last goal was really to continue to share our learning with our peers, with our students, and with our community. So I'm going to turn things over to my colleague for just a moment, who had a really amazing opportunity he'll share with you to talk about some of the place-based ed he observed during his sabbatical that we're hoping to also bring into our school.
All right, yeah, so I had a wonderful opportunity at the beginning of this year to go an extended professional development, if you will, or mini sabbatical, and I was able to travel and visit a bunch of schools. And my goal for visiting the schools and how I chose which schools to go to was my goal was to figure out how to increase student engagement. I teach math, and a couple of the math classes I teach are project-based classes. So we build stuff. There's actually a hexagonal picnic table over at the district office that one of my classes built. So I visited a bunch of schools, and there's so much stuff. It's like overwhelming the amount of interesting, cool stuff I found. So I just wanted to share 3 little kind of nuggets that I found that are related to Melissa's work in place-based. And so anyway, here's the first one. The idea is learning in the field versus a field trip. So a field trip is sort of what we picture, it's a special occasion where the class gets on a bus and goes and does something fun, typically not a critical part of the curriculum. Maybe there's like a few little pieces of it, and often sort of like a fun one-off thing that happens, versus learning in the field, which is something that I would say at Learning to Place, the class does this as part of their practice, occurs regularly. It's like not an unusual thing. It's not like a special event. It's closely tied to the curriculum in the field. Students are doing things that they're learning. It's been planned from the beginning as part of the curriculum. And it isn't necessary, you're not necessarily traveling on a bus to a special destination. It might be right outside the school. It might be walking down to town. It might even be bringing the field into the school with like a local expert or something. All right, next slide, please. Thanks. The second nugget is the concept of need to know versus nice to know. And this is really, we talked a lot about, student-driven learning. And so the idea here is, in general, teachers talk too much. They get up, they present a lesson, the students are listening, and then the students stop listening. And of course, the teacher is really excited because they know this topic, they know all these different cool nuances on it. But really what needs to happen is the teacher needs to, in the beginning, think, all right, what is the bare minimum that I can teach these kids, that I can present to them so that they can then come in and start taking an active part of their own learning, right? So the woman that I got this idea from, she's in Michigan, and she used an example. She has a place-based consultant company, and she was helping a local PE teacher that was teaching kayaking. They live right on Lake Michigan, and she said, so what do you need to know to kayak safely, right? You need to be able to float in a life vest, right? That's really all you need to know. Like if the boat tips over, you need to not drown. And so instead of sitting there for 20 minutes with the kids who are like, they see the kayaks, they see the water, what do these kids want to do? They want to get the kayaks in the water, and the teacher's like, all right, well, all these nuances of like paddling and stuff, and it's like, let's just give them what they need to know. They need to know how to safely put on a life vest, and then let's get them in the water, and then we can start teaching them stuff on top of that. So that's another, there's a couple little pieces, other little things I heard, and Melissa said this earlier, but embracing messiness is part of this, right? It's like the teacher wants to have this whole lesson plan and teach out every little part of it, but you need to just get the kids started, and then it is messy, like, but it's so much more meaningful for the students. The other thing that we heard when we visited the Lakes program up in at Burlington was the guy there that runs it said shoulder to shoulder into the unknown. Like the idea that instead of standing in front of the class and teaching, you're like next to your student and you're like walking forward to learn, which I thought was really cool. All right, next thing. All right, the last thing is the idea of asset-based versus deficit-based, which is when you have a group of students, instead of thinking about it as like, what don't they know? Like, oh my gosh, I can't believe they haven't learned how to, add fractions yet or something, which is instead focus on what do they know? Like, what assets are they bringing to the table that I can latch onto and then bring them forward from. So that's, thank you.
So just to round us out, place-based ed, while the learning itself is messy, the work that we do as the adults and educators in the room is to tie everything we do to really clear course goals, outlines, standards, proficiencies. The more clear those are, I really found over recent years, there are 7 paths to Sunday in order to get kids to that finish line. And so really, really working on what are the non-negotiables for the course that you're teaching, what do students need to be able to do by the end of the course, and then what do they need to know in order to start engaging in it, and the learning just starts to happen. It doesn't solve all the problems in the world, but it certainly does reduce a lot of kind of the background buzz that often detracts from the act of teaching. The learning happens closer to the instruction and that feedback loop. And so engaging students with all of that in a meaningful way. I have seen students' skills just really start to transform because you're using what they know and then asking them to build on that. And I just want to end with this quote. This was something a student left on an exit ticket that really resonated with us last year. I'm not sure if people can see it, so although I don't like reading from slides, I'll read it just to close us out here. So this was from a student at the end of Learning Through Place. Thank you both, the teachers, for letting me experience your class. I loved it. I don't think there's a day when I didn't want to come, and there's days when I dread going to every class. Thank you for letting me know both of you. You both have helped me a lot. And this particular student was not somebody I think who was thrilled with the concept of going outdoors to learn. But the body of evidence they produced over the course of this semester was pretty substantive, rigorous, and really reflected the work that they put into the class. So this was a really great way to exit. But thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Question?
Comment, so as you mentioned, we talked about this back in 2020. I am very happy to see that you're actually following through despite the intervening difficulties, because it seemed as a very interesting and positive approach back then. So I want to commend you on that.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was wonderful. I have to go help with bedtime. I didn't get to say thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Katie, would you like to take a quick moment for a shout out for our student that is being recognized nationally?
Yeah. Yeah.
Would you?
Yes, absolutely. Do you mind if I put that in the public comment section? Yeah, sure. Oh, yes, exactly. Yeah, so as you know, you've probably seen, shared in my newsletters, but I know the high school's been sharing theirs, as well as the PBS newsletter it's gone out in. But our student V.S.A has made it to the top 10 of a competition that recognizes youth in Broadway. And, you know, top 10 is a huge accomplishment, and we'll see where it goes next, but it's incredibly exciting and, you know, incredibly courageous, you know, of her to take that leap. And it's also just a testament to the work that is done with students in the district in relation to the performing arts, which, you know, we get taste of when we have these opportunities to see concerts and shows. But it's really profound, the impact that you know, the performing arts has on our students and the opportunities that are available to them as a result. So really phenomenal, exciting, wonderful news. Our community in particular.
Sure.
Could I add to that, please? If you go to the district's website, there's a little notice and there's a spot that you can go on to the website to vote for V.S.A.
Right.
The directions are very clear. Click on the link, you put your email in. And I'm not sure when the tally's done, but do it soon. It's really easy to do.
It was within 36 hours yesterday. For the vote. Okay, thank you. That brings us to other highlights. Erika and Aron, HACTC.
I'm Erika Schneider, Director of the Hartford Area Career and Technology Center, and I also have with me Aron, our Director of Workforce Development. And what we want to share is just a few highlights from the HACTC from this fall. Big focus of ours with our students is to help students launch their journeys. So they are with us as juniors and seniors, and we really want to help them as they graduate have really good next steps in place and really be ready for those next steps. So a lot of what we do is in purpose of that. A big thing that's been happening this fall and then also just over the past few years is students have been getting a number of different certifications. They're getting certifications that are recognized nationally, so they can take them wherever they go. So our welding students have an American Welding Society certification that's recognized across the country, so they can take that to an employer, and an employer knows that they have these skills and that they're ready to do that. We had a student last year who actually graduated early, so you didn't even end up getting the certification though he qualified for it. Who's already making $36 an hour as a full-time welder. That's some of the skills that he learned there. So this fall, all of our welding students earned this certification. So every single one of them earned that national certification. So we're pretty excited about that. We're also working on other certifications with students. Our health science students recently did teen mental health first aid. So how they can help their peers with mental health. Our natural resources students did game logging certification. So again, this is a national certification on how to log safely. So how to use a chainsaw, how to maintain a chainsaw. I went out and visited them at the town forest and we're taking down trees and really understanding all of the safety aspects involved in logging and understanding that industry. So our students all got that certification as well. So nice fall days out in the woods. And then these students aren't certified yet, but our medical assisting and phlebotomy students have just started their clinical work. So they will be certified as medical assistants and as phlebotomists by the end of next year. So I was in there the other day and they are just starting to learn how to take blood pressure. And it's the curve of them learning to where they are even now, like 2 weeks later, is pretty neat to see how they were not very confident of what they were doing at first, and now they're practicing and they're really getting it. So they will all have that certification, and if they can go straight to work at Dartmouth or APD. They can also, if they want to go into nursing or something else, they can do this as kind of their weekend job or something like that to help them pay for school. So I'm pretty excited about what those students are doing. And then our culinary students also get a number of certifications as service managers. And then when they graduate from our program, that's also recognition because of our accreditation. One of the things that we've been working on, I know you all are about to talk about budget in a bit, is taking advantage of grants wherever possible. So we have a brand new tractor. The governor had some COVID money that needed to get spent quickly. And the governor is a pretty big support of tech centers. So we applied for a portion of that. And we have a brand new tractor. So this actually gives us 2 tractors, which means that kids can get a lot more seat time and get a lot more practice on operating the tractor safely. And then our grant that we got recently was from Tipkin. They gave us a $40,000 grant to buy this year for our welding shop. So they are huge supporters, as are a number of other local businesses, of the work that we're doing, and really support us in ways that we couldn't really do without them. It's $40,000 is, sometimes I like to think of my job as like there's monopoly money in some of the things that I do, but you know, $40,000 from a person's bank account is a lot, and then in this, a business can say, yeah, do that for you. And they want to continue to support us, and so do other businesses. So we're really trying to take advantage of those grants so that we don't have to put those things in the local budget. Another big thing for us recently, so our students build a house on Brookfield Circle on land the district owns. And we have one that has just been on the market. We just got an offer on it and are closing in a few weeks. And so a lot of excitement from the students and the instructor about finishing that project. And then they're also in the midst of starting the next house. So we've got a lot of things going on there. I came to the board earlier this fall about the revolving loan fund, and we did obtain that revolving loan fund. So again, we're actually taking something out of the local budget that won't be in the local budget anymore. So the Vermont Community Loan Foundation is giving us almost $200,000. That will allow us to buy the supplies to finish this house. It'll allow us to pay students to work over the summer on this house, if there's things that need to get finished. And then when we sell the house, we'll repay them and use any profits to further expand the building trades program. So some really good things going on at the circle, and some really good learning happening in the city. And then the district owns some land on Christian Street, and the district has owned this for some time. We've been really trying to use this as much as we can in ways that make sense. So our natural resources program are learning to use chainsaws. They can't take down trees every single day because that would, there's only so many trees that need to be taken down in a certain place. So we kind of have these setups where they get to practice their chainsaws, and we don't have space really on campus here with the parking lot and the campus space that we have. So Christian Street, just having part of a field to be able to do that in has been really huge for our students to have that space. So we've really been doing some great, students have been doing some great learning out there in ways that we couldn't do without that. So we've been really taking advantage of that. And it's something that we are excited to work with other schools in the district on, you know, when there's the right opportunities arising. We've talked with Wilson before us and the place-based stuff and some of the collaboration there. And this is one of the ways they've learned their chainsaws is by carving mushrooms. So that's one of their first projects is they get to do all the different angles, and then they get to use something home. I've mentioned a few times just budget and tuition. We worked pretty hard, and Jacob's worked pretty hard along with us to make sure our budget for next year does not increase tuition. So we have increased costs in terms of healthcare and all of those kinds of things. But we have made some of these changes in terms of the revolving loan fund and some other things to keep the tuition level. So that will impact this school district and all of our sending school districts who are also facing budget crunches. And then just a little note about the journeys that we launched. So we survey our students in October after they graduate, and what we find is that students are doing all kinds of different things. About 20% of them are employed in a field related to what they studied here. A little more than 20% are employed in a field unrelated to what they studied here. So we have a student who was in welding last year who's now working on her bachelor's in education because she wants to be a teacher. So that's actually that's unrelated to education, but we've got kids kind of doing all kinds of different things. And about 30% of our students are doing some sort of education or training that is related to what they did during their time at the tech center. So we've had a few kids lately out at Wyoming Tech doing some further things. We have students at Vermont State University. We have a number of students in different nursing programs, and so all kinds of awesome things. All right. We have an open house in January, on January 14th at 6 p.m. That's primarily for our sophomores that are thinking about applying, but we would like to invite the board and other community members to join.
Thank you. So Erika talked a little bit about the community supports that we have with Timken and some of the other folks that really help us. So this is just a quick little snapshot of kind of our outreach into the community and some of the stuff that we're doing. We're talking about launching students' journeys here with our day students. We're also doing quite a bit of work with our community and adult students. So this is over the last year and a half or so. We've enrolled 181 students into our adult programming. So this is evenings, weekends. And of those 181, we have had 172 that have earned their certifications and credentials. Whether that's in LNA, we have the welding ones. We have dental assisting that we're doing right now. That's part of that. We do some work with electricians and electrical work. So that includes OSHA, that includes weatherization. So those are a lot of things that we're working on. We're working on some apprenticeship programs right now and some other things where we're trying to really reach out and find what the community needs and how we can help support some of those things. So, what's a really pretty strong number, I think, that when we see this, when we say we have enrolled 181 students, the number that have received financial aid is 83. So far more than half of the amount of students that are the adult students that are coming in don't have the means to pay. And we're working to find different ways, different scholarships, working with different employers. We have a couple of local employers that we do scholarships through that come to us, and then we funnel it to help students. So we're doing that. We have BIPOC non-trads. We have 26 of those. And then we have just some ongoing outreach and some of our partnerships and some of the touch points around. We've had almost 400 people in the building of some kind over the last year and a half or so. So we do a lot of work with Vermont Works for Women. We have AmeriCorps that's been in here. We started working with the Department of Natural Resources. We just finished a certification course with the Vermont water operators. So we're working really hard to try to build those connections and kind of do some outreach on those. Here are some of the things just over the past year and a half or so that we're doing. One of the things that we're trying to dive into a little bit more is with Drive Safe Academy. There's a lot of people right now, so we worked with Twin Pines and we've worked with Higher Ability, and there seems to be some gaps with, there might be people who are ready to work but can't get there. So we've talked with Advanced Transit, we've talked with Drive Safe Academy to try to find out how do we find a way to help get students driving hours. It's amazing how many students and young adults right now, when COVID happened, didn't get their driving hours and then just never went on. And now they're at a point that they're like, we really would like to use that. So we're trying to find ways to help fill some of those gaps as well. So again, that's just a few of the partnerships that we're doing right now with adult ed. So questions?
I just have a comment. Tim Jerry, White River Junction. You guys do amazing work. And the other thing that I think we should be articulating to the public is effectively it's revenue neutral, right? Like you guys are doing incredible work. And from an impact for the Hartford taxpayer is effectively zero. But I'm very, very proud of all the work you guys do, and I just want to acknowledge that. So thanks.
Thanks, Tim.
I was gonna echo that and wonder if anybody has done an analysis of the economic impact you have on local economy. Having the trainees available, I mean, I work at Government Hitchcock and we have your people in there all the time. And having that as a resource is incredibly important to that institution. And I can only believe it's going to become more so. The fact of the matter is that we are looking at a reindustrialization of the United States, given current policies, domestic policies, federal policies. We are returning more and more of the factory work that had been shipped to China and other nations back to the United States. And those will only be successful with people like you train the individuals who can do that work. So.
Thank you.
Thanks, Erika.
Thank you.
Thanks, Aaron.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you.
Great job. So that brings us to budget updates. As you can see, without getting into the detail, Jacob and Katie will share where we're at this point. You have to put up with them.
So,
Yes.
can I ask a brief question? So You guys on your agenda have citizen comments at 7:20. I'm not really clear, are you doing that now, or are you doing that after the budget stuff, or what's the structure here? Am I missing something?
No, our clock got pushed back a little bit, you know, time wise. It might make sense to hear what Jacob has to share, you know, before we, you know, have that public comment, you know, so that there's a reference point.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Coach, but I just wanna articulate one concept here that I'm running into with both you and the select board. And that is that, you know, citizens, to the extent there's 2 or 3 of us in the room, want to participate in the process. And what I'm finding is that the overlay, to me, seems a little bit, and maybe I'm misinterpreting this, a little condescending and a little limiting in terms of the ability of citizens to be engaged in the process. And so what I mean by that is, number one, you know, traditionally back in the day, we used to have citizen comments on the front end of the meeting. Now you pegged it at being at 7:20 at night, which is fine. But for working people or people who are citizens but want to be engaged, how do we plug in? So I'm not suggesting even that in my 2-minute presentation that I might get tonight, I get to offer my opinions or thoughts for you guys to do your work. But it's just not working. I feel like we either need to do more outreach where we're trying to pick a topic and reach out to the citizens, or we need to restructure your meetings where people get the opportunity to speak at perhaps an earlier point or at some point. So it just seems like it's getting less and less clear of where we get the opportunity to speak on concerns or matters, whether they're spoken to that night or what have you. So I'm just trying to be honest with you about that process.
Well, being the, you know, the meeting structure, you know, is not set in stone. You know, we can do whatever we want. So basically.
That I have a problem.
No, what I'm saying, there's a reason I said that way. Okay? And I guess maybe it's old age setting in. But if it makes sense, we could just move it to the front of the agenda. That's my point. Okay, you know, when I said it wasn't, you know, like set in stone, what I was getting at is like, you know, the world is not gonna come crashing down, you know, and it's not gonna implode, you know, if we shifted the public comment to the beginning of the meeting and then move through the rest of the agenda. Or do the quick announcement pieces, you know, like a student activity that's coming up, or like the comment that Katie made about our gifted Broadway student just before, then move the public comment into the next item and then go to the governance stuff, you know, after. That's what I was getting at. It's not, you know, life's too.
I'm trying to be super honest with you guys.
Yeah.
I care about all of you, but it often comes across as not genuine and engaging, that, you know, the people who do come here and want to say something or make an opinion about the budget or the programs or whatever, you have to really think about how that comes across to have the window or the opportunity to be closed.
Well,
And I think you need to do more outreach.
well, that's part of the reason why we've done the newsletter, and we're trying to,
Okay.
you know, to change that. You know, we're looking at a different delivery model, you know, through the website, you know. We have been listening, and So too, I said about changing the agenda, you know, that's listening too. Okay, because we could just say, well, this is the way we run our meetings and, you know, do it that way. But there's a lot to be said about shifting the format. And so I don't want to clarify my point. So, that being said, you know, since we yeah, I know, but
So, the multitude of years I've been on this board, I've noticed that the times displayed for different subject matter are aspirational a whole lot more than they ever are actual. It is rare that something has come up, if it wasn't the first item on the list, that went off at the time it was supposed to. And I can certainly see the point. The only thing I would comment is that we're sort of balancing that against the chance for people to react to what has happened in the meeting. So go first, you get to say, yeah, we know what time it's gonna happen, I can get back to dinner and the kids, which is a legitimate thing. But they also aren't necessarily going to react to what we have said and provide feedback, unless they're reacting to the last meeting. So just a thought.
Just at our next meeting on January 8th, could we try to have public comment first, just to see how it goes? I mean, as you said, Coach, we could change it back if we need to.
that was the intent.
All right.
And that's what I meant about that kind of stuff's easy. Now, there are other things in life that aren't. So, that being said, budget updates.
Great.
Do that as quickly as possible.
I'll keep it as brief as I can tonight with the weather and, based on the actual info that we've received, if you could call it that. So we've started to get some preliminary numbers from the state and the fields. Did get the December 1st letter. Homestead property yield went down, income yield went up, state, non-homestead property rate went up. I've got draft one of the long-term weighted average numbers. I looked against that, against last year's, and I'd say there's no way that we lost 560 kids in a 2-year weighted average. I coordinated with our data guy and he was like, yep, number's wrong. Basically, they weren't counting our free and reduced lunch kids. There's something about the way that they're coded when we send it to the state. I'm told that we should be seeing draft 2 of the long-term weighted average number in the next few days, as soon as tomorrow possibly, but it's the state, so the next couple days, I would say. We received first year that we've actually received a draft of the CLA. Normally, you know, you get the letter in the mail, first week of January that says, here's your CLA. Our estimated CLA is at 55%. And I think that kind of caught a lot of us off guard when we're like, we just had a reappraisal, why isn't it higher? And I talked to the tax department up in Vermont there, and they basically said, like, don't count too much on your estimated CLA number. Basically, like, the reappraisal process is going to be finished up in June. So basically, whatever, you know, number you get on your letter is going to be kind of just like an interim number until the whole process is finalized, at which point, by the time, you know, you, the taxpayers, get your bills come August, it's going to be where it should be, and it'll be a very drastically different number than what we're going to be getting.
If I may, how in the world are we supposed to come up with a budget if we don't have that number?
That's what I'm trying to figure out, Pete.
Really? I'm sorry, but it makes such an unbelievably large difference on the tax burden on our citizens.
Yeah.
That just a couple of different points of CLA percentage has gone from very large tax increase to a tax reduction with no change in spending at all.
Right.
Exactly. And if we're already looking at how to tighten the belt, I do not want us to be in a position where we tighten the belt to the point it became a tourniquet. And then get to June and find out, haha, joke's on you, you now got a 90% tax decrease. I mean, that would be wonderful.
Yeah.
But it would come at the cost of our students and our programs.
Something we're struggling with, and I know, kind of the feedback from the field is everyone who, you know, people in better positions that are on or about, 100 divided by the, statewide adjusted CLA, they're seeing, call it 132% CLA, which is really dropping tax rates, which for some people that's great, but for the rest of us that are not in the same position, it's a little bit different. So we're kind of struggling with that a little bit. I mean, I don't know how much, our estimated CLA and, after the statewide adjustment gets you to 76, then that'll change by the time we get our actual letter come January. But, based on, what the tax department said, the number is gonna be different than what's gonna be shown on tax bills.
That was the last day that we were given in V.S.A. That they're gonna have a meeting on the 16th, will be the final numbers, and then they will send them out. That's what I was told tonight.
That's really all the information I have about, the December 1st letter of the CLA. I've included in the packets tonight just the, function summary and the object summary of where we're at. Presently, faced with the half data that, I've been given, I'm applying 800,000 to offset taxes, which brings us down to, 11.1 increase on the property tax, and then, a 9.6% decrease on the income base. Obviously, these numbers are really subject to change, which is why I tried to highlight the, that tax sheet. This is really like a guess right now based on the information we have that kind of will change. Keep in mind that we are getting a discount on the homestead tax rate, and as the law is written, the income base gets a proportional percentage discount, which again is all based on. There's a calculator for it, but I need actual solid numbers to be able to tell you how much that percentage decrease is going to be on the income. Based on that info, that's where we have. I know, Doug, you had asked about, what a 3% or a 0% would look like. To get us down to 3% based on the current information that we have, you'd be looking at a $2,370,000 reduction. Now, if you want to say, 0% based on the numbers that we have available today, that would be a $3,250,000 reduction. Again, I'm not comfortable one way or another because the numbers can and will change. And we don't have a solid handle on what those numbers are gonna be as of today.
Obviously 0%, as much as I'd want to say that, but reality is it's never going to. 3% on the thing, potentially more. Now, numbers here that you share burn your budget, and I guess it's burning actually. So it's basically, as I interpret this, we're gonna be $3.5 million over our budget. Is that correct?
That's the increase from our current budget of FY 25 this year's to next year's projected budget.
All right, where's the information? Our current budget versus actual, where we are.
I can,
Are we on, no, I believe you. My question is, are we on budget?
yes,
Are we over budget or are we under?
we're currently on budget right now. I mean, I'm happy to share a financial report at the next meeting. By then we'll have a little bit more data because, we'll have, the tuitions that have come in and that'll give us a better picture of, where the next 6 months are gonna take us and what that should look like.
Maybe, have you looked at the numbers? At 3%, what does that mean? From your perspective?
I think with the numbers as they are, it's a challenge.
Once again, we're not gonna know that full number till the 16th, right?
And we won't,
When they give us,
right, no matter what
what
we
they
might have heard versus what will happen, it's closer to what Jacob said about the process having to go through its full continuum. That all of those things that are highlighted in blue are tenuous at best right now, because we don't have accurate numbers for that. And then, as you heard, in the comment around the weighted average, and the first draft we get shows us down 500 students. You don't lose 500 students and have them disappear, okay? So the fact that that's the data that we're getting to input into our budget calculators, it's not very helpful, to say the least.
And that's why I didn't want to use it as a presentation for tonight, because we know the data's wrong, so I'm not gonna, scare the public and go, hey, here's the number. So, yeah.
You wanna go first?
No, go for it.
So I read a lot of your stuff tonight. I appreciate all your work. One of the things I'm struck by is this concept of every year we seem to have this approach where we sort of say, oh my God, what are the taxpayers gonna pass? What do we need for a budget to run our district? What are we gonna do? What's the state gonna do? And it just seems like a really odd model to me. And I'm not picking on any of you. And I guess what I'm kind of coming back to is this concept of like, in your seats, you would say to the citizens of Hartford, this is what we need to run a great district. This is the number that we need to run this efficiently and as well as we can to deliver a quality education to students, as was displayed with some of the presentations tonight, right? And the state thing is kind of almost like a separate conversation. Because I feel like every year you guys have this sort of conversation like, well, what's the state gonna do? What's the state gonna do? Could we forget that for a moment? Could we somehow, as a community, say, and you guys gain confidence that you say, hey, next year we need $42 million to run the school. In our programs, in teacher commitments, contracts, whatever. I'm not saying you shouldn't put some discipline to that in terms of like looking at healthcare costs or whatever. But what I'm trying to get at is this kind of different thinking as a community where we stop doing this, what's the state gonna do and what are our voters gonna do? Where we somehow gain some better confidence of saying, damn it, this is what we need to run a good school, and voters vote when you may, and the state stuff will come in or whatever. So I'm trying to kind of think about a way that could be better for you guys and better for our district to get to where we need to get to, right? And I just want to go over one more thing tonight. I watched the Heartland School Board meeting the other night. I know it's kind of a weird, twisted behavior that I have, but I love learning about what communities are doing, what they're struggling with, and so on. In Heartland, they got a data set which went over the risk factors for 1 to 3rd graders in their district. And I would expect that Hartford probably is facing a similar challenge. The kids in their district that require, or they're anticipating are gonna require intensive support is 36 to 40%. Strategic support, which is kind of perhaps the next tier down, you know, paraprofessional or whatever we're determining that is, 28 to 39%. So out to the community at large, that means that 79% of their 1 to 3rd graders are requiring a much higher level of support than any of us probably would even anticipate. So I bring that up tonight because I think what's happening in our community is, I think we don't understand what's happening in education. We've asked you guys to do a ton, support these kids educationally, psychologically, and so on. And I just think that we need to change the conversation and not be like, oh, we're victims of the state and the funding and the CLA and whatever. We know we need to clean that all up. But I'm challenging all of us tonight to sort of like step back a little bit and say, this is what we're doing. This is what we're trying to do, and gain confidence for presenting a budget, telling the citizens this is what you need, and moving forward. Thank you.
Thanks. Before I get to what I was gonna get to, can I respond a little bit?
Yep.
To some degree, we've sort of done what you're suggesting when it comes to facilities stuff. Because the state has not provided any money for facilities.
That's a whole separate conversation.
For decades, and we as a community have gone ahead and stepped up, and I am amazed every time the community has done that. To the degree that there is support for maintaining the buildings the way that we have. And quite frankly, the fact that we're not Woodstock right now is one of the few things I take any pride in and any comfort in.
Or Burlington.
Yes. The other side of it is we have to be aware of what we're imposing on our taxpayers, our citizens, people who live here, who are our neighbors. Having listened to a lady who basically was living on the absolute minimum payment for Social Security last year, and other conversations like that in the past, where they literally have said, I've lived here all my life. If you have this tax increase, I'm going to have to move. That is something I have to take into consideration too. So while I applaud the spirit of what you say, there's a smidgen of me that says, yes, but I can't just do that. I really do have to take into account what the resources of the community are before coming back and saying, and this is what we really need to do the job right.
I think that's a great point, but I just want to throw out one more idea around health insurance. So my company this year, we had MVP. I don't know what you guys have, whether you have Blue Cross or MVP, but you know, over the past 2, 3, 4 years, we've been doing double-digit increases of health insurance, which obviously you guys carry. My company switched to Cigna because they had a significantly better program and there was virtually no increase. So, you know, to me, the timing is always weird here because you guys have your teacher contracts, you're waiting for the state for their data, you're trying to like figure that stuff all out. But it seems kind of weird to me, having lived in the business sector, that like, I appreciate the fiscal discipline too, right? So it's a balance of like, what do we need for programs, but can we cut this, do this, be creative with that? Years ago, when I was in your seats in negotiations, there was a lawyer who had indicated to me that had Vermont teachers gone to a self-funding model as opposed to shopping with Blue Cross Blue Shield or MVP, it would have saved millions and millions of dollars. So there's the other side of that, that the creativity and the fiscal discipline say, hey, wait a minute, as a state, not just Hartford, this is crazy. We can't keep absorbing double-digit insurance increases. So somebody should be going to Montpelier or at large and saying, hold on, like, let's do something different here so that we can deliver education at an affordable price.
Right, and without beating up the Teachers Association or anything like that, when we had the conversations between ourselves and the state had not taken that particular issue away from us, we came out a whole lot better than we have ever had since the state took over the entire statewide, one pool negotiation. And theoretically, the state, by aggregating total demand for the entire state, should be able to get the best pricing there is. But that certainly hasn't happened.
Thank you.
Others? Yes.
I think we've just spent about half an hour accomplishing absolutely nothing. I think I knew coming in that there was absolutely no clarity on where we're gonna land on the state's share of funding the district's operations this year. It's information that's just plain not available. That's nothing new. Pretty much all the taxpayers in Hartford understand that education funding in Vermont is absolutely, it's totally out of control. There's a lack of accountability for getting numbers available to school districts in a timely manner. So why waste time talking about that? You've got a very difficult budget to justify this coming town meeting day. No matter what state funding is. And I would like to see you sit up here and have your finance director lead you through what the district is spending this year. I'm surprised there isn't a current spending schedule provided already in this process. But what are you spending this year compared to the budget that you set for this year versus where you think you're going to be next year? A lot of the numbers are locked in. Your teacher contracts call for step raises and healthcare coverage and so forth. And it just doesn't make a lot of sense to waste time on what the state is doing right now, so much as it would be very comforting, I think, to Hartford taxpayers to see discussing line by line what the budget has to be in order to operate the school district the way you've been charged by the voters to do, regardless of where the funding comes from. I'd like to see you spend time understanding those line items and talking about the benefit of what Tim was just describing. Hartman is talking about kids at risk in the lower grades. You know, that's an important conversation to be had, and that influences the budget that you're willing to set for that part of education in our school district. So do that, and the taxpayers may, if any of them tune in, may know that you've done your due diligence on setting the budget. And regardless of what the state does, you've got a good starting off point when it comes time to actually putting the state's numbers into the budget and figuring out whether there's any hope that we can operate the district the way we want to. It just seems like a waste of time to just belabor the fact that state funding is so screwed up right now, and just get on with the business of setting a budget for the district, regardless of what the state's gonna do. And then circle back at the 11th hour, input the state numbers to the best that you know they'll be, and you still don't know at the time to get to town meeting, but don't even worry about for your next several meetings. Just talk about what you're trying to accomplish in the district and what that budget might look like, and where you can shave a couple of dollars, and where you've got to add a few dollars to accomplish what you're trying to accomplish. and make sure that the community knows that's the approach you're taking, and you'll respond to the budget, the state funding issues when they become available to you. Thank you.
So what we've received so far. And needless to say, we haven't had that part of the discussion. When you look at, you know, the general fund expenditure, you know, budget, the function summary. It has the actual budget, you know, for FY 2024. What was adopted, you know, by the voters, you know, last March. And then the proposed 2026 numbers, you know, by function. And that's what shows that 3.58 million increase and where they are. So, you know, for the, you know, for example, when as we look at general education, you know, in order to disaggregate that number, you know, a question, you know, would be, we're looking at an increase of, you know, 1.5 and a quarter, you know, $1 million in general education. What does that represent? Is that the employment side, you know, of the budget, or is that the programmatic side? And then that's a question that I would pose to, you know, to Jake and the administration.
So the function page is, really everything under the sun. So, you know, we have the breakout by function, on the left of that page. So really, anything under general education, whether that be the personnel, the salary and the benefits, supplies, anything that we would code as, you know, general fund money would be part of that, you know, 1.5, I think that is there. Same for the rest all the way down.
You could, however, do a narrative, as we have done in past years, about, okay, general education went up $1.5 million. Of that, $1.3 million is teacher contracts that are locked in. You know, 300,000 of it is fact we get buy new desks, or whatever the story is. By giving a narrative that accompanies the numbers, we can make them more meaningful to people who have to understand how they got built, who are not immersed in the world of accounting.
And I'm happy to provide any, you know, breakout, because the function sheet, you know, this is just a summary page,
Right.
but if you want to specifically see, you know, the entire breakout of, you know, the general fund, whether that be, you know.
I think this, well, a description, in some cases it's clear, physical therapy services. But we could clarify a bit more. These are the services that are given at the following places. They affect this population of students. Then we had to increase it by 20% because we were not meeting federal requirements for amount of physical education and therapy, and we had to bring in a part-time person. Or you could just, you know, all of that was entirely the cost of the insurance associated with those people. Whatever the story is, that is, I think, a meaningful thing to bring out of these meetings. We usually have done that earlier in the budget process before we start doing the trade-offs of, okay, we really wanted to do this because we have responded to the risk profile of our students, but given that it's either psychotherapy kinds of treatments for our students, or we don't have a new window and it's 40 below outside, which choices do we make? Those kinds of conversations can be elaborated upon.
Yes,
I'm not trying to short circuit. I love the conversation you're having, but you know, what I'm seeing here is a $3.5 million change. Okay, so you're doing an increase, decrease thing here on a 2026 budget. It's 3.5 million at the bottom. Well, I'm not a mathematician, but if you look at principal and interest, which I'm guessing is the embedded past bond from last year, that must be contributing to that. That's 2 million of that 3.5 million. So the other things that you have in here for increases to me are not outlandish, they're kind of typical. We usually do 1 million to 1.5 million of just salary increase and so on, and I'm not discounting that, but if you peel away what you're presenting here, that is to say principal at 1 million and interest at 1 million, that's only that takes it down to 1.5 million. And I'm not saying that's not a real number either, but I'm just saying, like, of the increase that you're faced with at the moment, most of it is this bond interest thing. I'm guessing. Am I wrong about that?
FY 26 is the first year of the principal for the new bond.
Yeah, so I mean, the voters passed that, it's the reality is showing up in this sheet. That's kind of what it is, you know? I mean, again, I'm not trying to short circuit the process, but the other increases are typical almost every year. I've ever looked at a budget. Around 1 million to 1.5 million of salaries and budgets and healthcare and all that, but this other number is kind of daunting, but it's real because the voters passed that last year.
The one question I was going to ask for Tim let us to a different point was on the student population. I see that we are approximately 40 students down from last year. We had anticipated that there would be an influx of students from a lot of the new housing that's now, the fact that the number of tuition students is falling by about 4 is more or less what we would expect given the populations of those towns. We pretty much maxed out all we could ever draw out of those towns. And they're less student age population, there's just less to draw for. But I was wondering if there's any sign at all that the anticipated population growth from various housing projects that we have been discussing for so long is about to hit, has it, but turned out to be not there, or what?
I think it is hitting, because keep in mind that this count is the October 1st count, and it's good for 1 day and 1 day only.
Yeah.
So, you know, after that, you know, when we get new students and, you know, Sarah at White Rivers told me, like, yep, we've had up until, you know, first day of school, we had kids coming and showing up. So I think it is hitting from what I've heard.
My question is, the numbers like Sarah gave you, saying we got 10 new students come in, but you got 8 leave. Is that the right count? I mean, is that how she's counting it? Like, so in other words, we would just have really 2 additional students, where before.
If that's what it ends up.
That's what I'm asking. Do we know if that's how she's given us the numbers? Or is it just saying just the new students? This is all I'm giving us, the new students. When we know that some students have already left.
When I pull the data, I'm just looking at, you know, the total number of students based on whatever day.
That's fine, that answers the question.
And there has to be a snapshot effect. Because no matter what day you choose, there's gonna be fluctuation one way or the other from the rest of the world. That's understood. But since we have taken it at the same time every year, because we're required by the state to do that, and that is our marketing day, this is what we get the chance to measure where our populations are coming from. not coming from, and I was just wondering, we had anticipated that there should be an increase in students due to the large number of housing projects that are happening. And, while some of those projects are not quite online yet, some of them are. And I was just wondering if we're actually seeing an impact and get any sign of that. So the number doesn't seem to match our expectations.
And it's not just our district. Because all the districts in the state of Vermont are looking at this. And most of those districts are saying to us, to V.S.A, that our numbers are down. Our enrollment is down, right? And that's the majority of
Now, part of it may be,
districts.
we were artificially inflated by 3 years of COVID, where a large percentage of Massachusetts and New York decided to move north all of a sudden. And some of those are returning, some of them are staying. We're not dropping precipitously, but some of them may have decided to head back where living is easier. And I just don't have any feel for the dynamics of this.
One more brief point. Guys, play to your strengths. Hartford is an amazing district. We're centrally located. We have great programs. We have, I would argue, very exceptional sports. The tech center, as you heard tonight, is amazing. So all these draws, all the things that people day to day create and work hard on. Focus on that. If you focus on your strengths and what you do well, everything else will come into play. Honestly, I think the housing thing is probably overrated, in my opinion, in terms of how many students are suddenly going to show up in Hartford. I think our sending districts are really important. So we got to sell it, right? And the way we're going to sell it is by doing kind of some of the stuff you did tonight. You say, these are some of the programs. These are the good things we do. So I think we have to balance the fiscal responsibility and fear factor with delivering a message that we're doing good work. I just had one other thought around, raw student numbers that for me as a taxpayer would be interesting to see, like, okay, well, I understand the state October 1st, how many students have landed. But it would be fairly easy to go like to the 3 elementary schools, Dothan Brook and high school, and kind of revisit those numbers and proportions of teachers or whatever, and kind of sell that too, right? Say like, okay, Dothan Brook, our average classroom size is 16. That's around the state average. We're doing a good job there, whatever. So you have to kind of like sell it in terms of what we're doing and also the metrics on the ground. I don't know if that helps, but I hope it does.
So when you look at to your point, when you look at the sheet, and it's a little, tricky to read, but the section where it says school choice. This is on FY 2024 Hartford School District's student population page. And halfway down the page, it says school choice. Now, those are the students that come as the result of a district possibly not having a program that we have. And you have to go all the way across the chart to where that X basically is, because that's where they actually show up. So for example, to your point, Tim, when you look at kids from Stockbridge, for example, well, a better one is the White River Valley. We have middle school students coming all the way through the middle school and high school from that district. So that's Sharon, Stratford, Royalton, Chelsea, and Bethel. And that's 30 students. And that's real, those are real numbers, when you get into that level. you know, and, you know, our per pupil cost. And then, you know, the other one is Hartford, you know, sends basically the bulk of its population, you know, to us, because that's 78 kids that they send, you know, are sending.
So with all due respect, my alma mater, which is Windsor, all these schools want those students.
Yeah.
So every day, when you guys are making decisions, selling this district, you have to think about, do we have a good track program? You know, why are kids coming to Hartford? Obviously, geography's good because if they work at Hitchcock or Garden, whatever, it's kind of nice because they can drop off the kiddo and then they work. But we have to like look at those things and stay on those and not worry about the intangibles.
With all due respect, I think your metrics of quantity are rather meaningless. I think you really need to look at percentages of the population and what they're sending. I mean, you have these small schools, if they have a class of 35 one year and you get 29 of those students, that's exceptional. If you get 29 of 29, right, then we're doing even better. And so I think you really need to look at, you know, it'd be good to have Heartland percentages to look at, like, how are we doing recruiting those students? And Woodstock is my alma mater. A couple months ago, I couldn't have said that in here, I might have been attacked.
You're safe now.
Yeah.
I recently did a tour of the high school. My daughter will be transitioning there next year. Hartford High School was embarrassing in terms of how it was presented. I thought it was in shambles. I thought the class, I mean, my wife asked me, "Are you okay?" I kept looking around the rooms and seeing wires hanging from the ceiling and trash strewn about. I mean, this was a night when they were recruiting it was really for other schools to come and see.
Excuse me, was it Hartford High School you're talking about, or the?
Hartford High School
Our high school right here.
was recruiting other districts, and it was open to Hartford middle school students to come and tour as well. So we took opportunity for that. Being Hartford residents, I don't know what Hartford, I've been to the auditorium and the lunchroom. And so this was an opportunity to see what's behind those corners. It was embarrassing. I spent 20+ years coaching at Woodstock High School, and as much as their building is in disrepair, it's cleaner. I don't observe the classrooms to be in disarray. When I walk through that school, I still routinely have access to that school to walk through. The plumbing, maybe, like, there are infrastructure issues there, from what I understand. You don't necessarily see those things, those are really expensive, but in terms of the presentation of the school, you're losing. And when they build a new school district, or a new school building, which will eventually happen in the next few years, it's gonna happen, it has to financially. You're gonna be in trouble in terms of recruiting Heartland, Sharon, who are, you know, Sharon students are equidistant. They can go right over Howe Hill. So I think these are real considerations to have. I think we have some strong programs here. I get excited when the teachers get up and present. I was busy on my phone looking up research articles on place-based learning, and that's exciting stuff, but you gotta do a better job as a district of selling itself. And those nights when you have students coming, you gotta prepare the building.
Right, you gotta put on the blood.
Right. Don't send him this.
Thank you. Well, thank you. No, but I, you know, to go back to your point, you know, a lot of the, you know, the change, you know, year over year, as far as in the Upper Valley, in attracting some of those students that, you know, we're referring to. we have made strides in that direction. You know, because, you know, choice exists. You know, it would be important, as you said, to get the class size, for example, school-wide, so that you can compare, you know, and, you know, to your point, you know, looking at, you know, ninth graders, you know, coming in from, you know, Hartford 17, then 19, you know, 10th graders, 11th graders, 26, you know, and 13, and look at that demographic, you know, to break it down and say, okay, if we're getting of that 4-year period, we're getting 75, and the total aggregate, you know, or cohort, you know, is 100, 150, you know, they're going someplace else, you know, as far as, you know, recruiting, you know, that number, and that would be valuable to make that comparison, because that, you know, that just helps, you know, in decisions, you know, as you look at that, you know, that detail.
I worked at Thetford Academy for a while. Obviously, they're recruiting their students from outside of Thetford. Really convincing their Thetford students to stay at the academy. But, you know, they're sending people out to these other schools to do presentations. They're not just holding open houses. I don't know if we're doing that. You know, I saw that Stratford's not listed on here as a sending school.
Yeah, they're there.
Small Stratford?
Yeah, it's part of the White River Valley
Okay.
School District. So that school district combined sends about 30 kids, that district. But like you said, it'd be interesting to see where they're coming from,
Yeah.
you know, within that, you know, because that, the other, question.
See on the agenda, it says target percentage from the board. Are we in a position to make any kind of call?
Well, you know, I think if we're thinking in terms of, you know, the end game, which, you know, everybody, you know, is saying, you know, that's not a relative to, you know, dynamics of passing of this, you know, like it's based on what the administration's come up with so far and the work that you come up with as far as those fixed numbers, as far as health, you know, and contracts with those fixed, you know, fixed numbers. I think that's what he's, you know, they're getting at.
Our agenda, so
Yeah.
we just want to make sure we
Right.
checked off every item on our
Right.
agenda.
Right.
And quite frankly, right now, I'm not feeling like I'm in a position to say much of anything to the superintendent and her team beyond, please work it as hard as you can, try to get some more solid numbers out of the state. I know that our advice has been ignore the state, but I sort of have to take that into account. And we need to really be prepared to move quick once that happens. Part of that is that narrative about what the numbers represent will allow us to do that. So,
and I guess, you know, my suggestion, you know, would be that we come back, you know, prepared to identify, you know, that narrative. Okay, so for example, you know, if we're looking at a particular need, you know, across the board, you know, be it at the middle school, be it at the elementary level or what have you. And that represents, you know, X number, you know, of dollars, you know, in that function, to be able to say that, and, you know, based on the data, you know, like Tim was saying, the principals have shared the feedback, you know, with the administration that there's a need to do X, and that's why we're, you know, proposing X. And that gets back to the question of what do we need to do in order to keep our students receiving the level of education.
Traditionally, we have held ourselves open to having an extra meeting in the January time period beyond what we scheduled because of budget related.
Right. Which we
Deadlines. I think we better be planning to have that happen and start figuring out what we fit it in. Because
Yeah,
quite frankly, the state has left us in a position where we're behind where we normally are in the budget process right now.
I would be very uncomfortable. But
Yeah.
none of it right now. Might be personally.
I just, yeah. Well, why I was bringing it up, just to say,
Well,
I see that's what we said we were gonna do, but I don't think we can.
Jacob, I just want to ask you on the CLA, which I've been kind of banging on that drum for a while. It is helpful for citizens to say that, because we're, you know, I've articulated this back to the select board, our CLA thing is dismal. And there's two things I hope happen. One, we get it back to 100%, but two, we kind of prevent this in the future. Because this thing just kind of kept slipping down, right? Like, it was 85%, it was 70, whatever the percentage was. And I think it's really useful for citizens to say, were we to have kept up with our CLA, which I know every town struggles with in Vermont, what would that have looked like? So I think there is a value saying, you know, you're making an assumption in your current model, 10% improvement. I'm not sure how you're doing that, but what I'm getting at is if you put it at 100%, it's really important for citizens to say, hey, had we kept up with our appraisals in this town, which, you know, we knew with COVID and all the real estate mess, but my point being is, I think it's a really important thing to emphasize that the state map has a huge impact on what happens on a local tax rate. So seeing that 100% model, I think is valuable to say, hey, we didn't do a whole lot of bad work here. The CLA thing is killing us, and our rate would be X had we been at 100%.
So I don't even understand how we can be anywhere in terms of.
Neither do I, but.
It does not make sense. You consider that every single institution that used to line 120 and wanted to save cars is now sitting over in White River on Sykes Avenue. I mean, that's millions.
Well, yeah, but that's a kind of a different argument around our grand list.
Yeah.
Versus, like, that's kind of a different.
But no, but part of it is, that should be part of the grand list that we're having, that looks at what's happening.
The state doesn't reward you for building your grand list, in case you have noticed.
You know, yeah, no, we take the money from where it is and we hand it out, that's understood, but at the same time, the value of the properties is affected by, are there jobs nearby? Are there, you know, things you can do in the location? How much do you want to live there and therefore willing to pay for it? And we've had an amazing amount of growth.
Yes.
Over the last couple of years. Credit to everybody who did it.
So you think it would keep pace?
It would affect that, yes.
Well, see, that's been the discussion, you know, and prior to COVID, we had very active discussions around where we were. And if you took a 10-year look view of where we are and were with our CLA, and you look at how that number affected both budgets, but especially, the school budget, every time it started to tick, up, and we did have a few of those in the last 10 years. We actually were able to relieve the rest of the budget, as a result of that. And then when we started in that decline, that's when the pressure really came on.
But Kevin, we must acknowledge that the state of Vermont chose Act 60 for honorable reasons. To say that we wanted a Windsor kid and a Stowe kid to get an equal education.
Right.
So what's happened in Vermont is that communities like Hartford have been very successful at building a grand list. Arguably are penalized because what happens is we send way more of our money to the state that doesn't come back to our community. We just have to acknowledge that fiscal policy and social policy, whatever you want to call it, I would argue it hasn't worked, but that's a separate argument. But the point I'm making is we keep saying, oh, Hartford's growing. Why isn't our tax rate going down? Well, it's because a significant portion of our tax bill is the school bill, and school funding sends it to Montpelier and then doles it back out. So Hartford in general as a community is kind of suffering because we've been very successful.
We're not quite where Killington is. in terms of
Correct.
being gold down.
But
We're getting
we're
there.
kind of getting somewhat penalized in that.
Well, and we get even more so if we don't do our evaluations, our evaluations, because a prime example was a phone call, a couple of days ago with one of our fellow Vermonters who lives in a town that was in that 136 range. And they keep up on their valuations. And so when they took the hit last year, they were still over 100. With a 20% hit.
Yeah. Anyway, I encourage you to sort of articulate to the voters, like, this is kind of what this looks like.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah. Calendar?
Yep, it's a draft of the draft calendar in here. Is the last page of the packet. So just to provide a little context and background.
Yes.
So this calendar was drafted by the regional CTEs in an effort to get all of the CTEs in alignment. And it was brought to the Southeast Regional Superintendent's Group in an effort to overall try to get closer to a statewide calendar. So the main difference in why it's being brought here tonight is that there are two breaks that are different across the state, and those are the February and the April breaks. And so this calendar would align those breaks among all of our sending schools in the region. Additionally, we just met as a regional group for our career and technical centers, and the superintendents sent from New Hampshire were also there. And they also plan to adjust their rates if we all intend to move forward. So for your purposes, for our purposes this evening and informing the public, this would apply to the February and April breaks in particular. And it would move those breaks to later in each month. And again, that would allow for alignment with the central and northern districts so that we would be moving closer to adopting a calendar that wouldn't impact, for example, things like staffing. When you have, and you heard a good case tonight, when you have educators coming from districts where their students attend and they have different bricks.
Traditionally been a north-south divide.
Yes.
When those things happen. The only thing I would say to this, it sounds like a smart idea to standardize. But we really should make sure we tell the employers in the area, because it's gonna have a huge hit when they're used to the third week in April, and all of a sudden it's the fourth week in April, or whatever it may be, that they're getting hit by, we're all going to Disney. Yeah. So we should, if we're going to do this, we should make sure that we really publicize it as much as possible, because it will have a knockoff effect, and it doesn't impact the local companies.
The half days don't show on this, so.
No, so this is really just like draft, looking at those breaks in particular, we would then overlay and get into more granular detail as long as we move forward with this idea. But thought it was maybe premature to plug those in at this point.
Yeah, I mean, so it came up at the last school board meeting about half days and scheduling that for consideration of parent schedules and many community members that I've spoken with have voiced a interest in either Friday afternoon half days or Monday morning, so that they could maximize their time off and you know, send them to grandma's for the weekend is a lot easier than grandma on a Tuesday night.
Especially if grandma's still working too.
There is that, yeah. And it would be good if that was a statewide thing too, with someone who married to someone in a different district, that.
Yeah.
That's been an age-old battle.
I'm amazed that you've actually managed to get enough agreement that you could discuss this. There's a lot of, this is the way we've always done it, we're not gonna change.
Yeah, that's right.
Go ahead.
Erika, you there?
While we're trying to retreat Erika, can we please come up with a whole new venue? Because from the outside, I watch your meetings on the outside. I honestly feel like this venue does not work acoustically. You know, there's all kinds of challenges. When you watch this from the outside, it's brutal. And honestly, even the presenters tonight, I had a hard time hearing them. I have 61, but you know, I really feel like, can we come up with a new model? Or where you guys meet? I mean, I personally liked it when you occupied where the select board was, but that's, maybe there was an issue around that, but I really feel like if we work with Jam, who does a really great job, and come up with some better technology, I think we can have a better meeting set. Just a thought.
Erika, you there?
Go to public comments and get this forward.
And then if she comes back, she can talk during public comment.
Do something with this or just have a presentation?
It was just a
Okay.
presentation. You know, we don't actually vote on the actual calendar
Right.
until later, you know. But it's hopefully to acknowledge the fact that that's groundbreaking, because it is, for lack of a better way to put it. So kudos to the group. Thank you. Public comment. Yes, sir.
Agree with Tim and disagree with him at the same time. I think this room is fine. I think this room is fine. Watching it from home is absolutely. It's hard to hear you. The camera doesn't focus on the person speaking. It's looking off at the left field half the time. And the material that you put on the screen is either hard to read or it isn't there. An example of that would be, you just had a discussion of calendar, and nobody thought to put the calendar up on the screen. So anybody watching from home, or anyone that didn't think to bring along a device or didn't pick up a paper copy that's not available in the home, has no idea what you're talking about. All the budget discussion, I don't think you had much of that up on the screen either. So you really have to stage the meeting a little better. And contrary to what Tim said about Jam, I'm not sure they do a great job. It's very hard to look at select board meetings as well. Sound is very difficult. It cuts out at times before it comes back on. So I think, especially with the changes in the open meetings law, I think you folks have got to pay a lot more attention to producing something that's useful by people that are watching. Thank you. And I also have a question on the budget object summary. This is probably an easy one. About halfway down, you've got a line, negative expenses, allocation of general fund expense, $600,000. So what does that represent?
So basically, we allocate specific district level functions to the collaboratives and the tech center. So we would say, you know, okay, we're charging a portion of, you know, the district maintenance to the tech center, to our school, to the Wilder School. And we're reducing that from the general fund budget, and we're charging for the collaboratives and the tech center that cost.
So the Wilder School, the tech center are not reflected in any of these numbers. They've got their own.
This is just the general fund.
Right. You're charging those other budgets for some part.
Yes.
District overhead. Yeah.
So the superintendent has traditionally been in charge of back departments and some of those programs. It's okay.
And I'll just reiterate what I said earlier. I wouldn't be able to make sense of this document without seeing a current year-to-date or a current forecast of what this year is going to be. We're way into the year. We're 8 or 9 months into the year. Rather than looking at this budget, I'd like to see what our actuals are, what our forecast for the year is, to know if we've absolutely blown the line current budget, knowing that we might have to do something different in next year's budget. We're just comparing budgets with no consideration for what the year has actually turned out to be. Frankly, I would drop off for the rest of the 24 year and put a column in there for year to date or forecast for the year if you're prepared to do a forecast at this point.
Well, we've done that before, so it's an easy enough function to do. So.
It could be called anticipated, right?
Well, whatever you want to call it.
Well, whatever.
It'd be a lot more useful than looking at last year's or this current budget, which may not relate at all to what the district has actually experienced on any particular line.
And that could be done, you know, more easily, because it's just adding another column. So.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Colin. I mean, Jacob, it would be nice to just see even just year-to-date spending, you know, and then year-to-date budget, even, you know, every meeting or every time that we do a check-in, like that would be helpful to see.
I found the column useful. That's just the current budget, the 2024. The actual.
Okay.
Okay. I found that helpful to reference.
Well,
But
but
it's easy, Jacob, just do it.
I'm happy to do a financial report that shows, because when I do my financial reports, I am projecting it out based on, what's encumbered and, hey, we plan to spend this, so
Right.
that's easy to produce and I'm happy to share that.
It just gets to be unwieldy when you respond to everyone asking for their own column and it's. Too wide.
Columns later.
Right, yeah.
But, from an audit perspective, it's easy enough to do because that's what you're doing for your auditors and your stuff. And that's, the reporting that's going to the superintendent on a regular basis as well. So it's easy enough to generate.
And they don't mind asking for it at all.
Okay.
We still have public comment.
Yes.
You're done.
Yeah.
So shifting away from the budget, I wanted to reflect some comments on your personnel decision earlier tonight. It wasn't really clear to me that there was how all the information was considered. Right? And I understand that some of that can't be discussed, but it seems like there should be a defined process. I think that you have exposed yourselves to unfair labor practices should you deny another employee to have their child come here because they feel like their child is being bullied. And so without us knowing that you have seen documentation from the current district, the current school identifying that child as needing to be in a different placement, we don't know that you've taken that into consideration. From an emotional place, I want every child to find the best school possible. Just think that apparently there's not a policy. You need to make a policy, and you need to make a policy stat.
We didn't make the decision because Patrick was an employee. For the ones of us that voted yes.
Why was it brought up then? Why was it part of his presentation? I mean, I think
That
that
was
gets.
his decision on what to say.
Sure, but I think that gets a little gray and, I don't know, I just think create a policy, introduce a policy that takes the emotional piece out of it. These are the facts that we're gonna consider. This is our decision-making process. And you move away from showing partisanship in your decision-making.
I understand what you're saying, and yes, if we don't have a policy, and I don't believe we do.
I'm not
As
aware of
such.
it, but yeah.
But
We have
you're right,
somebody-
we did, but my decision was based on what is not being provided for that child. And what legally is supposed to be provided for that child, and that school district can't do it, and we can. So that's where my decision came from. Yes, I know Patrick, but I know
Yeah,
3/4 of the other teachers.
I don't know
and
if
people
Sharon
around here.
can or can't.
I'm sorry,
I don't know if Sharon can or can't provide that service because the child hasn't been there.
Doesn't this belong in executive session?
pardon me?
Doesn't this discussion belong in executive session?
Well, that's the very delicate part about open meeting law, as far as how far, where's that line?
Yeah, I don't want to
Be-
make it about
yeah,
the student.
yeah.
I want to make it about policy that you
Right,
need to have a
and
policy.
that's,
Right.
that-
Right up
that's why-
policy, it
Right,
seems like a fairly straightforward piece.
I think that's a reasonable approach.
yeah, well, I do, I agree with that.
Superintendent search committee still just says who the members will be. There's no information on the website about how that's being formed. We're now in December. I assume committee's not meeting on Christmas.
But have you guys gotten any requests to run the ads from the point of contact? agenda. You asked about that once, you know, before.
The committee will need to look in the value.
No.
Citizens
No,
will need to
no.
look in the values to find the committee.
No, the point of contact role is to go to each of those categories and request their input as to who will represent each of those entities on the committee. And then they would bring that, let's say, slate of folks, you know, to the board. And because they were vetted by, you know, Adequacy schools, PTA, being vetted, the teachers being
So I want to
vetted.
be part of this committee. How do I put my name in the hat?
Well, that's why I was asking about the ad.
Like, I gotta wait for a cold call from?
No. They're supposed to, that's why I asked the question about where's the ad? You know, because there should have been an ad in the paper requesting public input. You know, are you interested? We know we could have 20 people who did wanna.
It seems like there should be a link on the school board.
Yep, well, that's the other piece of it, when, it's like when you put any other ad in, you know, it goes everywhere. You know, that's why I asked the
I'll keep my
question.
eyes open.
Right.
We were talking about you admitting a student from a setting.
Yeah, no,
How do we get to?
no, that was another question in public comment. It was another question in public comment.
I'm just talking about.
spitting.
Zach,
No, were you talking about the committee that's to be formed to interview superintendent candidates?
yeah, that was his question.
I said,
Zach's question.
make a policy. I gave my recommendation. They're gonna do what they want. I'm just here spouting off.
I guess I missed the transition.
And I moved on. Moved
Well,
on,
it was quick,
superintendent search.
you know, but it came from Zach.
I have maybe the same question.
Yeah.
You've got a document from the recruiting firm that you're going to approve this evening.
No. That's why I asked, where's the ads?
The only thing that's on the link on the webpage is just who will be part of the committee. Just numbers of people.
So this is the downfall of using Google Docs and all that. When I open up the agenda for this evening's meeting, I have to close it to then open up a different doc that's in that meeting's list of documents. But I don't just see the 6 or 8 documents that you put in for this meeting. I see documents, including from other towns and other stuff that I'm working on. A ton of documents that I have to sort through, and I can't tell when I click on a document that it isn't even part of this meeting's agenda. It's a really frustrating experience to use Google Docs. So somewhere along the line, you were discussing creating a committee of teachers and students and administrators and public members and so forth. And nothing's happened. But the calendar that's in that document that apparently isn't on this evening's agenda doesn't even reflect that committee has yet to be formed. So are you saying that you haven't even advertised for members of that committee yet? Because if you look at that document from the recruiter,
You know, it's
you're
supposed.
way behind where you should be.
Right.
Okay.
And that was my point about asking about the recruit of the folks, because that's nothing I'm doing personally. You know, we have people who are supposed to be doing that.
So people have not done what they're supposed to.
That's why I asked. You know, based on Zach's.
It's on that check, Jacob. It's on that check yet. My last issue is, I know, I had it all outlined and everything.
Got the 3 students.
I have voiced this concern to a number of principals over the year. And so I'm bringing it here to the school board about report card process and our grading system that we've adopted in the last 6 years or so, 7 years. I'm not old fashioned. I don't care about proficient and all that. I think it's actually probably best practice and we should keep going with that. If we're actually going to do it. But every year, I and other parents get a report card that the first trimester, they're just beginning to learn, even though at the end of the school year, they tested out 3 grade levels ahead in that same subject. It is a waste of teachers' time to have them complete those report cards. There's no comments shared ever. Ever. This is not, I'm like talked to lots of other parents at this point. It's just an arbitrary act of bureaucracy. So why do it? Let's just have a report card at the end of the year that says they either met the standard or they didn't, and we have concerns. But if you're not gonna have the teachers actually engage in evaluating the student each trimester, you know, I have a child who's in 8th grade who's currently reading at a 12th grade level. Good for her. She's just beginning in ELA. Like, come on, like, what are we doing? This is crazy. How could we be just beginning and the state testing is consistently showing that she's way ahead? You know, I've asked for accommodations for my son to have more challenging math because he's bored, because he's testing 3 grade levels ahead. And yet, apparently, according to the report card we just got this week, he's beginning. It's just silly. We just, you know, we went to the parent-child conference. And I think those are important. I do miss, particularly for grade school, the old-fashioned parent-teacher. Because I think you can have more different discussions when a 7-year-old isn't there. That need to happen sometimes. Reviews were excellent, right? Your son's so wonderful to have in class. He's like, I don't even worry about him. He's way ahead. He's usually teaching the other kids. Apparently he's just beginning in every subject. So I would ask the board, I don't know, maybe it's a requirement of the state that you put out report cards every so often, but if it's not, I would ask the board to give the superintendent permission to waive that obligation of teachers and let them teach. If they're just going through the motions, let's have them do something useful. That's my plea. So it's been unheard before, but now I'm bringing it to your level.
Oh, I hear, I've heard it.
I have not felt heard about that concern by principals for years. So now I am bringing it to you. Do not be ready. We'll see what happens. And that's my agenda for the night.
Thanks.
That traditional report card is no longer. It does not seem.
Yeah, I'm not asking for great. I hear you. Proficient, beginning, all that's great if it's actually done.
Yeah.
If it's not being done, then don't send it home to me because it's just frustrating.
Yeah.
And it's wasting my son's or my daughter's teacher's time when they could be working on a better lesson plan and learning a new strategy. As I've said before, I was an educator. I know how long it took to write narrative report cards. I was a son of a teacher. We knew that the week before report cards went out, we're not supposed to interrupt her every evening because she wrote narratives for 40 hours. Parents would get 3-page letters about their children's progress, and we don't get that anymore, and I understand. But don't give me nothing either, that just ticks me off. Anyway.
Go ahead, Ian. I know you've got something to say about this. Go with it.
I mean, I agree. I mean, I always tell my parents that our parent conference, and I still do a parent conference and ask the children not to come, because I agree. I think there is a time and a place for a child to lead a conference, but I also think there's a time and a place for a parent and a teacher to have the conversation if you have concerns, or you have celebrations. And I also say our report card does not match a child. And I said that for years, and I say, pay attention to what our conversation is and look at my comments, because that's the.
It's district admin for the campus or something.
And some people don't do comments because they've met with parents. And so, I mean, I think there's gotta be a happy medium there. I believe that you've got to have that paper trail, so that if there is a concern or if there is a celebration about a child being strong in an area, that next either school or next teacher knows it, you know, that it can't be a one-sided conversation. It's gotta be a parent-teacher.
And vice versa, when there's a problem, there needs to be documentation, which.
Right.
Yeah, I'm aware of a situation where there was a history of everything's great.
Yep.
And a month later, the child's been a problem all year long. Wait.
Yeah, right.
The student,
Can't do that.
the student-teacher conference just happened 3 weeks ago, in which the feedback was everything's wonderful. You filled out an Achenbach on the child's behavior and sent it to the primary care physician and said there were no issues. And now the child's been a problem all year long. And that, when I bring that up, it's just ignored by that principal. So, like, these are issues in terms of what we're doing. If we're gonna use things, let's use them well. If we're not gonna use them, don't get them out.
Like, when I left the board in Wisconsin, we had adopted student-led parent-teacher conferences. I'm not sure how long that's lasted, it's probably gone by now. That's what they're doing here. Student,
My daughter,
We do that in the middle school and the high school.
yeah.
And the grade school.
Oh, do the grade schools do it too? I was not aware of that.
Some great.
Yes, there's student-led conferences at Ottaquiche School. I don't know about White River and DBS though.
Quite often at the White River School, the older grades will do the spring conference, but the fall conference is a traditional parent-teacher conference. And, right, and.
Well, fortunately, my son was sick that night, so we got a parent teacher conference, as it turns out, but in past years, it's been fairly. Not useless. It was good to see my son's work and how proud he was, and my daughter's work when she was in grade school, but I couldn't have conversations about, yeah, so what's really going on?
Can I interject something that's completely off subject? Because I serve on Hartford Community Coalition's board, and that's one of the committees that I report to you and to the rest of the board. I have brought the annual reports for 2024, and I have enough that if anybody else wants copies, you're more than welcome to take them.
I think we have one. We have one.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, of course you do. I'm not sure. Thank you. Let me interject that.
Public comment, there's still.
Oh, it'd be a public comment here. Thanks.
so I know that much of this
There's
is
always room for jello.
return to Zach's comment. I know that much of this is beyond our control in terms of the way we are interacting and so forth. And I also know that we are very, very busy with all sorts of other things. But I would be interested in a short report from the superintendent's office on thoughts on what we should be reporting and how we can both live within the requirements of various different systems that we have to live within and actually perform something useful. So I don't expect it immediately, but I would appreciate it if within months, 3 months, some period of time, a response was made, sort of thoughts and potential guidance on about this. I mean, to some degree it's outside our control, but to some degree we get to interpret how we comply with various requirements.
I have to believe in my heart, working with, in my professional life, many vulnerable people struggle to understand systems. That when they get that report card, they don't understand that their child is fine. That what they thought they knew is in fact still true. And the report card is just essentially reporting out where they're at in the curriculum that year. We're beginning the curriculum. Your child already has mastered the curriculum, but we're beginning it. There's a lot of people that don't understand that. And I voiced concern, there's something also like there about the tardiness letter that goes, the absentee letter that has gone out and you know, I think that it's become this statewide model that where schools are, I don't know if you're required now but they're CCing DCF and the state's attorney's office when a child has missed too many days. So that's my kids. Every other year they have chronic illnesses. And I'm a bring it on guy. I'm pretty confident about where I'm at in my parenting and choices I make. But that is terrifying to a large portion of parents who don't understand the system, who have been traumatized by the legal system and traumatized by experiences with DCF. Maybe to their own doing. I'm not saying that DCF is bad. I'm saying experience of interacting with DCF can be terrifying to a lot of people. And so to see that CC because your child had strep throat and was out for 10 days and then broke their leg and was in the hospital for a week and a half, and then you get a letter saying your kids missed too many days of school and we're reporting you to the state authorities. That is a bad practice. So these communication pieces, you gotta be thinking about people who don't understand the system, don't work in bureaucracies, don't know how to ask questions, how they're receiving it. Sorry, I can go on. Go ahead. Shut up.
Well, you know, I just from very quickly from a historical perspective, you know, we went through, you know, it's almost like fair and impartial policing. You know, we go through those stages where there's a lot of truancy. So once you get to that point of truancy, it becomes a legal parental care question. So that it automatically involves the state's attorney's office and DCF, you know, and that's just where it's ended up over the last 15 years, you know, because, you know, there was a major spike statewide in
unexcused absences or truancy lands by law.
Right.
But if they are medically excused and documented, it does not fall under truancy under the law. And but yet people are still getting those letters for medically excused absences.
So that's a problem. But what created the reporting you know, was the data that pushed us.
Yeah, I'm aware, I mean, Mr. Cahill was the first to write the letter, first state's attorney in the state, and
Yeah.
I know where it came from, I've been around a while.
As,
Good intentions,
but,
poorly thought out.
but as you said too, you know, a lot of folks experiencing the other side, you know, of compliance, you know, it's a scary place to be. You know? So, unless we have any other, you know, comments, I guess. No hands raised, okay. By the consent agenda. Appointments, resignation, retirements, and set of minutes.
We did receive one, letter with the intent to retire by, Mary Bouchard, the RRC.
Comments on the minutes?
The, numbers of the items need to be corrected on the minutes.
I did read the minutes, but I missed that.
Evidently, I did too.
I'd like to move that with that correction, the consent agenda is approved.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second to accept the consent agenda. With that addition, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So moved. And meeting evaluation. Next. And there'll probably be a need for, you know, another meeting. It will be a special meeting, not an emergency meeting. But we will call that as needed.
Go ahead, the evaluation.
Here, do I?
Second page.
Oh, good night, yeah. I'm looking at that part, not the front part. Thank you. Board meeting monitoring, today's date is 12/11/2024. At the end of the board meeting, each board member and the superintendent are an appointed evaluator for the meeting, completes his monitoring form. Responses are shared and a discussion is held in areas that need improvement. The chair collects the completed forms to use in the board's monitoring reports. The board was prepared for the meeting, satisfactory. Board's time was spent on ends, not needs, satisfactory. Each board member was given an opportunity to participate. Satisfactory. Board treated all persons with courtesy and fairness. Yeah, yeah, I'm gonna give it a satisfactory. Board adhered to Robert's Rules of Orders as needed. Because we are such a small board, we can adhere to the, what's it called?
More informal version.
Yes, there we go, thank you. Board adhered to its adopted governance style. It emphasized outward vision. It encouraged diversity in viewpoints. It exercised strategic leadership, not administrative detail. It maintained distinction between board and staff roles. It used collective decision-making, and it looked to the future. All satisfactory. Any other comments?
I move that we adjourn.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So moved.